Why, hello there. Let's get things squared away here, shall we? And figure out what the heck we were doing. I went away and work on other things. Now I need to reorient myself. We forgot to do... Oop, that's too many terminals. Just 2, thank you for now. Okay, so we had our right-click draggy working. We got our buttons fixed up for zooming in and out with the keyboard shortcut. But the keyboard shortcut... Let go. Thank you. The keyboard shortcut requires me to briefly tap Shift. So at some point we need to test that in a minimal repro and make sure that it's a framework thing or an us thing, that something's wrong. But also, these are probably backwards, and we need to wire them up so that they work as an alternative, right? So there's that. We'll also want probably something up here to say, hey, you have unsaved changes. Because when you save these things, they go into the map, but it doesn't get written to file, right? And I'm not sure that I'm super stoked about that. Like, I don't know if that's good UX or not, but until I can think of something better, I think that's still kind of the plan. And maybe this shouldn't be a save icon. Maybe this should just say apply everywhere, right? Maybe that is the smarter thing. Because save kind of has the connotation of committing a thing to permanence, right? So we've got that. We also have a bug where if I was to pick on our old friend here, 3.2 to 4.2, delete that, create a new connection. I need to round that off, or square that off rather. I could create a connection to myself. We need to fix that bug as well, sooner or later, before it gets forgotten. It's on our, I believe it's on my tracker, on my board. Let's check, just to be sure. We also need to replace our icons. Where are you? Yes. Okay, so we have that bug tracked, so we won't forget about it, hopefully, but it's on our to-do list, right? Let's make this say save template, because that does apply the changes, right? And then, ooh, that would be, because they use the same widget. We got to think about that. That's the thing. Okay. So let's just start tackling these little tasks, right? Let's start with what is hopefully a little task and getting these events wired up. We listen to in our widget events.scroll with the key.control. Theoretically, let's get some of this stuff closed down that we're not using right meow. We're done with that for now. Kind of organize ourselves a little bit here. Okay, so and let's make sure. Yeah, we're good. Okay. The top bar. What did we call you? Edit bar. Menu bar. That's what we called you. Let's just put this here because order of operations. And they don't do anything currently, but that's perfectly fine. On click. Runk. Events dot event. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? How's life in the Flutter world? We need to try. Is there already a... Yes, new scroll. Day job is Kotlin and Android. Gotcha, that's right. How's the Kotlin / Android world treating you? Dart and Flutter for pet projects. Gotcha. I don't think this matters. Love it, but I hate work stress. I need to shut myself off. I know the feeling, right? This also takes a delta. Can I give you a nil? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's also do... Can I add... Maybe I can't do this. Maybe I'm not allowed. Instead of this, let's try... Have you seen news about prediction that humans would be meat robots for advanced AI as our AI progresses faster than our ability to build good robots? I've seen a couple things kind of touching in that vicinity. I've seen it referenced as being a reverse centaur. So an AI head in a human body, right? Specifically, I think it was talking about Amazon warehouses having AI set their quotas, and people are hurting themselves trying to reach those quotas because they're kind of unrealistic. I need my events docs again here. I can't remember if it's actually documented or not. We'll find out. Targets and concepts event. I was just talking to my friend weeks ago about mouth plug, which talks instead of you. That sounds like a nightmare. I saw a product yesterday, I think it was, on Hacker News, where it does like a right-click menu version of Cursor or Copilot, whichever, anyway, to fill in like LinkedIn posts and Twitter posts and dating profile posts and Slack messages and stuff. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen yet, in the sense of we must laugh so that we do not cry. So when you get into the Uber, it could confirm your name without you talking. That's creepy. That's just creepy. Do not want. No, thank you. Could get on board with right-click Gen I? No. No, thank you. I'll continue to write things that hopefully humans will read myself. Or just not write them, right? Let's see here. We were looking for... I don't think that our docs cover this. But we did find it in where? I just don't read anything Gen I notice that and skip it. Yeah. Like halfway through an article, you're like, this doesn't make sense and it sounds weird. Right? Why would I want to read something you didn't even want to write? Okay, so we found events and an example of how to raise one in Frame. Poor people without good writing skills. I mean, you can learn. You could get good at using your brain. Let's see. I think we found it. Scroll delta. This sounds familiar. I remember being in this area. Imagine being mistaken for using Gen I. I mean, it's gonna happen, right? I would be shocked if it hasn't already. But that's gonna be one of those things that's difficult to legitimately tell, right? Let's see, set value event. We know we were in here somewhere. This is for setting handle. Where did we find you? We were mucking around in this neighborhood for sure. That's not it. Is there a... Set handled, set local offset time. Okay. Can also take a look at this, I suppose. Which we kind of did, but... What? This is just an interface, right? This... Actually, let's go back here. Modifiers. Modifiers, returns key dot modifiers, okay. So if we were to do this, let's just we could do that. That's probably fine. Nil for delta. And then can I do that? Okay, so I can't nil the delta. Control, use the control key, yeah. Because there's no... We don't care about the delta. Can we do... Is there a 0? Set 0. Oh my gosh. Can I do that? No. Given X and Y. My work made me travel from LA to LA from the Bay Area. I ended up going for 3 days. I couldn't get anything done, and now I'm back and behind. I mean, that sounds about right. Was it an on-site, or just like you have to come in for managerial reasons because we don't know how to deal with remote people? On-site, yeah. Gotta love those. I have an office in the Bay Area. Nice. They used to make us, a couple jobs ago, they used to make us go to the sales on site and the sales trainings sometimes. And it was such a colossal waste of time and effort and money. Drove me kind of crazy. But I did get to go to Seattle one time and skip out on the how to sell things better meeting. And instead we went, me and a couple of the other folks I worked with went and saw the Pike Place Market and the Chewing Gum Wall and the Space Needle and the Museum of Pop Culture and stuff like that. And that was kind of cool. Still incredibly wasteful, but at least I had some fun on it. Can I just do this? It's not, it said handled though. It is... What do we have to do here? We had the handle event. This becomes... We should make this a widget. We should make this a custom widget. that. This is, we need to grab our other bits and pieces here as well. We'll do this first. Menu bar. And you have not a pointer, but just a core.frame that you wrap. So we do, remember the syntax for this. We can find an example to refresh our memories here. We do the frame init. Ah, that's right. This needs to be, that's what I was missing. Frame init. This just becomes mb.styler. Oh my gosh. Letters. There we go. Like that. And then we need to do make rf mb.maker. Like so. This goes at the end here instead of that. And then what we can do here this will be does this make sense? I think so. Because we kind of split this guy into two so that we can arrange our things. This goes in here and just becomes W. Paint and save go in here. This goes off of W. This goes off of W. This goes into... Oh, that's right. That's why... Let's just put you all in here. You are just... Menu bar. Unless there's a compelling reason. Which I don't think there is. I think we can just shove you all into this. Hey, what's good? What's a mud game engine? It's a game engine that runs a mud game. Mud being a multi-user dungeon. This will hang off a W. This will hang off a W. And then we do this, and then we do handle event, new event. I think. I hope. Let's find out. Wrong window. Here we go. If this is correct... Oh, right. I forgot to... In here, we need to correct this. This is... we need to grab our... Generate stuff. We need to generate... Like a roguelike? Kind of. Muds were more like Zork. If you could play Zork on the internet with your friends. They were kind of like the prototypical MMO. When computers were still kind of bad, but the internet existed, and they were getting better. We need this as well. Let me just chuck you at the top here. And then we need to... And you live in, yeah, you live in a folder, so this will put you next to there, which is fantastic. Okay, that gets us that in here. Perfect. Which lets us come over here and do that. And you already take a parent. I think everything is kosher there. See why you're in my recommends? Are you an old-timey retro gamey kind of person? Oh, we need to fix that, but that's okay. I'm not seeing the events. You've been looking to play with an idea like that in a terminal? Oh, nice. Gotcha. Then this may be relevant to your interests. This specifically is the map editor, right? This is a test map, so everything is connected. But the idea being that you can build the map file visually so that it makes sense to a human brain, right? Let's see. We're not seeing that. We need this. And let's do this. That's not what I want. Settings, actually. Google really pays attention? Yes. I love terminal stuff. It really is relevant to my interests. Nice. I'm building a client, so it won't strictly be in the terminal, but it'll be terminal-like. I'm kind of looking to be event trace closer to window got event. Mouse up. Handled false. Click. I don't see my event, so that's probably a problem. I think Twitch has ads currently, so we'll wait for them. I can't tell. Check out channel in the meantime. Sub. Cool. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Twitch, have some short ads. Yeah, I appreciate the support. Make myself wait. Need to come up with things to do while we wait, just in case anybody wants to follow. Or maybe I just work, I don't know. It's my first day monetized, so... Or affiliated, I guess you might say. Affiliated. Been doing this for so long. Yeah, a little bit. The project predates the channel, and the early stuff was only on Twitch, so it's not on YouTube. I only came over there because people said it would be easier for them to watch, so I said, okay, well, I'll set that up. That's fine. But there's a chunk of history in there. Thank you. Appreciate that. And welcome back, Twitch people. So, we need to... I wasn't seeing the event. And that's not ideal. And that's for scrolling. Ah, right. We need to send event, not handle event. Wait. There was something weird about this. What was it? Was it in the docs? I don't think it was, but I think it was. If it was here, then it would have been in here talking about generated events. No, this is for low-level events. Here we go. What mud engine is for? Just new for this? It's for running a mud game. I'm not sure if that's your question or not. Just new for this? Like, am I just creating it for this game? Yes. Let's see. Where did we find slider? This has a send. Sends a new event of the given type to this widget. Yeah, this is handle event. Let's take a look at this. Widget events. What's a mud game? It's like if you could play Zork online with your friends. At this point, it'll be great if you left the definition in the description. I mean, I could do that. But also people could just Google if they wanted to. And I figure that they more want to participate in the chat, right? And it's an easy icebreaker for them. Source anywhere you can read through? Not yet. It's not public right now. Handle event. Listeners do, but what if I want it to go? Oh, maybe I need to send it to the scene. Correct. Ah, see? Yeah. That's why I give them the answer in short, and if they want to dig further, we can dig. But mostly I think people just want to participate and join in chat, and that's perfectly okay. Scene. That's what I was looking for. Scene handler is a thing. Events dot, well, that's that gets my events. The be up here in our drag stuff, dragging new scroll. Modifiers. Turns a mouse scroll. Oh, this is a mouse. Well, yeah, that should be fine. This is for the map widgets. This is the zoom out button. Thanks, I was just wondering for what purpose for. Yeah, you bet. So why aren't you firing? It's 2D or 3D game like MMO. It's text. So kind of neither. But kind of 2D also? Why don't I see the event? Especially if I go back here to event. Let me make sure I'm just not overlooking it. Mouse down. All the info. Attend lost. Don't know what that is. Attend. Mouse up. Click. Oh, there's a scroll. Right there. Okay, so I did see it. I just overlooked it. So we're getting that. The mods don't seem to be correct, which, okay, fair enough. Let me do this, because this is super noisy. I think, yeah, okay. Remembered you? No, but I have a really bad memory for names. So that's not super surprising. Let me double check and make sure there wasn't... Right, there was an answer. We need to take care of that eventually. That's fine too. We'll fix that in a minute. When we're done with this, the zoom stuff. Scroll if has modifiers, else. Let's do a trace print real quick. Non-modified scroll. And then we can print out E. Should be print F though. And if we don't do a new line, it'll become a mess. Come up here. I'm not seeing that either, though. Instead, scroll wheel, or other events. Should turn specifically a mouse scroll. But that should still work. Why would that not be? Why would it not be catching that? Maybe it did have the mod and it just doesn't print them correctly. Might be a thing. We can do not air, E. That would get us an idea of what we're seeing. I don't see anything at all for that, which is bizarre. Let's check handle event again. To all widget-based listeners for that event type, checks if the state has changed, calls a widget-based restyle if so. Why don't I see you here then? I should see this thing if I just do a regular scroll now. Let's make sure that's working. And I do. There's no mods listed. When I do that, it does show mods. What am I using for my client? This is Cogent. It is a Golang library for UI stuff. Get you a link. I'll chuck it in both chats here, in case anybody else wants to know. The on event scroll. Goes up to you. Take a look at this. The listeners. I feel like this just isn't being sent to the scene. How would I do that? Handle event. Send key chord, send change. Widgetbase.send. Send. That, I bet, is the missing piece of the puzzle. Handle only handles things that are registered to listen to this. Send, I believe. Oh, well, it crashed, so things happened. We have failed successfully. Event is events.base, not events mouse scroll. Okay, that's fine. Just need to figure out the correct way to yeet this out into the ether. looking here. Interface conversion, it's event space, not events mouse scroll, which means it had to, not there, had to come in here, but we checked that for being okay. See if we figure out happened in our scroll delta. Scroll. I wonder if something else like the scroller intercepted that. New event of the given type to this widget, optionally starting from values in the given original events. Not send an existing event in this method. Oop. If you want the handled state to persist throughout the chain, call chain. But I don't have it handled for this yet. We're creating it. Handle event directly for any existing events. This focus clear. E is events.event. Original 0, new from clone. Else. We did give you this. So you should get sent. We didn't even get to the print statement, right? Don't think. Let's take a look at you. Mods equals mods. Betting I'm not doing that right. I bet you this is still. We have access to modifiers, but that just returns modifier keys. Can't call point method email. Okay, yeah. What is this? Mods is mods. Modifier string. From string. If I did that. Because you return a modifier and a string. Okay. So we need to do, pull you out of here. You become mods. Oops. Oh my gosh. Wants to make it other things because it's confused. Like that. Okay. Returns the modifiers corresponding to given string and the remainder of the string after modifiers have been I don't understand the point of that. We'll just throw it away for now and see if it works for the sake of science. And we click. Okay, we panic. Again. Why? Why? Why this? Why are you like this? I'm betting that yeah, okay. Can't do that. Instead of vent. Is it because, see if we can trace down the thing that's grabbing this, right? Menu bar, 67, that. But it should not be events.base. It's almost like it's somehow being confused. Events, focus clear for all of our stuff there. I wonder if it's this. I wonder if I wonder if this widget itself is trying to handle it first, which, I mean, it shouldn't matter. It should still be a scroll event with a mod and should be ignored because it doesn't do anything. Let's see, scroll delta in here. Scroll.go 224. 4 processes a scroll event. Only one dimension is processed, yada yada yada. But it sends it of the given type. So should we scroll? Okay. It's because... Hey, I'm back. Remember me? I do. How's it going? Twitch, y'all are about to have some ads here in a minute. Well, 30 seconds. I don't know why you retracted that message. Why? Why this? That's what I would like to know. Send. It's because it wraps it in this. Even though we told it to do this. All right, man, this was nice to watch. I'll tune in for more in the future. Cool. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you some other time. This only seems to matter. New from clone. Type. This matters only if it's a click up here, but original shouldn't be 0 here. Don't use E. The new from clone. There's a duplicate event with the basic event parameters copied and types set to given type. Resulted type is ready for sending, which is driven off of the thing that goes in, the original. But it clones this. So why doesn't it? But also, okay, so there's a specific for send scroll, right? Where was it? That's a handle event. Set local off? What's that? I think that's local offset, maybe? If we go back to, because ultimately it only calls handle, right? What if there's something going on with maybe the mods was breaking it? No. So what magic causes this to only send up to everything else when it's here? Do we need to learn low-level languages like assembly and C++ to become a backend engineer? I just know Python doing DSA lead codes and frameworks. It depends entirely on your place of work, right? If you work a place where they want you to write C++, then you will need to know C++. Assembly, probably not so much, but it could happen, right? Why? Wonder if it's because it gets called on the widget base. What if I do that? Wonder if that's the magic. Still don't see. Debug is what I want. Event trace. Scroll is showing up there. But clearly we still didn't get it here, or else we would have a printout. But you, on ascend, just call handle event. Like you do stuff with it. Send change, which ends up calling send, which does the same thing. You ever written assembly? No. It's just syntax or the logic of how we really connect to the internals of a system. I never messed with it. Why would that not be sufficient? Update change is interesting. For the future, but not for now. Handle events. Click. We don't do anything with the click. We could set handle. I don't think that's going to matter, though. Yeah, didn't think so. What's this first step to dive into system design? What do we even need to be mastered before doing it? Have you looked at roadmap.sh? State from mouse. Let's slide stuff. Handle hover. Maybe I'm approaching this silly. Maybe is there something else? There's a magnify event. That's touch based though. Don't really want to touch stuff. The other thing we can check is, have I made those roadmaps? No. No, it's an open source project by somebody, I don't know who. They should list their GitHub on there. We did the same thing in Templates Manager for starting a drag and drop event, which is obviously going to be different, but no, it doesn't happen here. It happens on the form itself. Oh, there you are. You already opened. Duh. I was like, why aren't you opening? scene events drag start. So slightly different creature, right? But yeah, there's nothing in here for scroll. Okay. Can I see your work or contributions anywhere? No. Well, nothing real. You can see this here, right? But I don't do a ton of open source stuff. I don't have any major public repos. Most of the code I've written has been in employers, you know, Git instances. Why wouldn't I? Why can't I do this? Let's go back to trying. Send a scroll. Put new event in there. Get our crash. So we can come look again and see if we missed something. Scroll 224. Which is this, which makes sense, kind of. And then scroll delta. I'm watching you from last 3 days, but can you explain in very short what you're making here and what's the core of it? It's a mud server. It's a mud game engine. It's like Zork, but you could play it online with your friends. This part specifically is a map editor. Delta, which kind of makes sense. We do see a reference to delta in here, specifically scroll delta, but it's on the frame. I guess maybe that's this. I'll scroll struct. .24 is really the only clue here. The think you're using a big monitor because the text is appearing very small even on my laptop. If you do theater mode, it should help. Oh wait, you're on YouTube. I don't know. Theater mode maybe, full screen maybe. I don't know exactly. You'll have to play around with that. The It really comes down to this, but I guess we could do... What is the scroll delta when we do this? It's like 4, right? We can try putting a delta in there. Maybe it's trying to copy it and things get messed up. We'll come tomorrow feeling sleepy because I have learning basic networking for the last 8 days. Gotcha. Have a good night. Like, arguably, we shouldn't hijack the scroll event for this, but it's also the event that makes sense for zooming. I guess we could also do... Well, then we need to know about... If we were to put a function off of the map widget for zooming in and out, we would need to know about the map widget from here. And then... that would be problematic again, right? But because we create this, you would think... Bye, have a good night. Why is it failing to correctly create that? Is it because you're a pointer? Nope. Oops. It's not implemented. Okay, yeah. That's what I would expect. Didn't expect that to work, but that's not going to help us right now. Without coming into here, this could be problematic. I guess we could come in here and try it. Oh, that's test. I need to go over here. Give it a second to compile here. Oops. It's going to take a hot second. Okay, come in here. Our event. Original is nil. Why is original nil? It's registering something. We need to get you to come all the way up. That would help. Get ahead of myself. Okay, now we put you back in. Click this. Oh my gosh, that's gonna suck. because everything is going to fire off of that. So we can do a conditional if... Actually, we could do this. We could get out of there. Instead of that, come in here. Boop. And then we can jump in. You come in here. We're looking for original. Zero is an event's mouse scroll. We click, or it's not a click, rather. Come in here, we get new from clone. E is an event's base. Even though we get new from clone, okay. And then we panic. We need to step into there as well. Well. So it has come to this at last. Indeed it has. Hey, Ben Ash, how's your week? How's your Friday? How's all the things? Been a good week and a fine Friday? Excellent. A little bit of it left. Yep. Choking on my own spit. Okay, so. We need to step into new from clone. I really look like Travis Head, an Australian cricketer. Okay. I am certainly not from Australia, mate. Okay. What is going on here? Errors. So many errors. What happened? You literally just worked. Did something break? Doesn't matter. We can still get this to work. Step in here. New from clone. I guess there must have been errors before. I just wasn't paying attention. Okay, so clone. Type is a scroll. As base, be it an event's base. The type is this, which does set, but then it returns E. What? Okay, fine. I just want to test and see if I'm not crazy. So we come in here again. Back in. This returns that. We handle the new thing. Okay, it still blows up, but okay. Let's rerun this. Step back in here. It's in base. EB is still an events.base type. Okay. Yeah, we'll just undo that just to... It's fine, I don't care. Do your explosion. I'm gonna stop that. Okay, so... It doesn't seem to do this correctly. That's what I think. So let me shoot them. A message here. I wanted to... do... Yeah, ads are over. Welcome back. Just getting together a message to see if this is just like completely crazy or if I need to file a bug. But an even stat base. Am I doing things completely wrong / crazy? Is this a bug that I should file? Okay, so we're going to let them work on that. We'll comment this out. But also we're going to just scaffold in this one real quick. And then this is... we need this delta to actually be... we're driving this on the Y. So this is 1. This is -1. I think... zoom out. That's... I've done this exactly backwards because order of operations of adding them to the widget. Okay. That. And then that. And then this needs to be the zoom in buttons handler. That. The... let's fix the padding really quick on this. And we'll just do a commit to do the, whatchamacallit. The widgetization, I guess you could say. That's me, that's not that. There we go. Get you back over there. Let's inspect you really quick. We'll look at frame 2 menu bar. You guys. It's because you lost your parent frame in all the shuffle. This... this needs to be in here. And then... this needs to be, except for you're not the right section, you're the left. You can have W, and then that styler there. And then we just need to have you. .ws. Grow dot set. Just grow. Oh, I did make it W. There we go. So that you fill that, and then this fills out the rest of the correctness. Ooh, we probably also need to center you. Not on the Y. Just on the X, please. Okay, I've totally messed up something. You used to be... in your parent, yes. This. This needs to live... Okay. That's what I've done wrong. This needs to live there still. You used to be this. And we need you to continue to be that. Oops, too many. Just all of those things, please. Except for, oh, I put it in the wrong place. You used to have all that. Why don't you have... It's because I put this extra thing in here. That's what's going on. This needs to grow, yes. This also needs this. Oops. Set it in its height. And then... well, no, that's... this also needs to be there. Why am I still doing this like this, I guess is the question, since we've moved you. Why don't we stop trying to fix you to what you were and fix you for real? So. This can come in here. This can come in here. We're going to call you left half. Let's just say... and because you grow, that should be fine. These buttons live inside of you. That is correct. We'll close that up, and then we'll add a second, which is the right half. We don't need that. This can become now W's styler. You go in W. You go in W. And we do justify content styles. And what does that get us? Align you, center, justify you. Okay, that's closer. The double check that at full screen and smaller, that it, yeah, it shrinks in together. Okay. Obviously that's too small, but set horizontal. Let's give you a little scoosh more. And give you a little scoosh more. Wait, not you. The parent. Scooch you in both sides. Towards the center just a little. Yeah, that's better. I think. If not, we'll fix it again later. And then you have like a finite size you can shrink to. That's probably fine. It's going to become useless at that resolution. Anyway, okay. So this all can be a quick... Did I leave myself a note? Let's do that. And then we can do... pull menu bar out into separate widgets. Or into custom widget. The other thing that we can do is we can fix up while we wait for them to get back to us on that. Close all that. Actually, 1 second. Yeah, that shouldn't have been there. Oops, that's all right. Just thinking about if we were to go back to testing this real quick, because I just had a thought that before it was 0, 0, but it just should still have been logging this, and I don't think it was. Yeah, okay. For some reason that does not engage the magic, but also I guess we could just try one last thing. This again. But I don't think this was logging either. Yeah, it's not. Somewhere I'm missing a piece of magic that send is doing that the others aren't. But we just revert you back to commented out. That and this we can take out for now. Should have before I committed. That's fine. Move. Tracing. One left behind. Okay. Let's fix our menu bar really quick, because that's another thing that we can do. The Slack. I need to look at the Slack. They suggested setting the... Okay, so it needs to be clickable for the right click to not need this. This needs to be clickable, but we need to set handled as well, which we do here. No, we don't. Anywhere, because, okay, yeah, because it's broken. That's fine. This set abilities, true abilities dot clickable. Can't spell today. There we go. This should fix... oops, I forgot. We also need to... on the context menu event, set handled. Now, if we get to the right terminal, we can run this. This should fix it for clicking in between buttons, but not on the buttons themselves. But we'll get to that. Yeah, if I click there, no context menu. If I click here, context menu. Perfect. Okay. But because we've pulled out these tiles into their own package here, we can do... Let's just do... tiles.go, right? And we do... Oh, shit. I can't do that. Because... I put you in the wrong place anyway, that's fine. Go away, tiles.go. Because we have different types. The different types need to handle this independently. That's fine. Not type gen. Room tile, connection tile. I was going to let it be a package level thing, but that obviously does not work. Let's go up here to the top. In our init, on context menu, set it to handled, same deal. Here to the top. RT on. Now we should have no context menus in either case. And I don't see any. Okay, fantastic. Now we just have pure click and drag here, and we still get our context menus elsewhere, so we can still do things. Perfect. And then we can make sure, I thought I deleted it. I did. Groovy. We'll do a commit for that. We'll say, get out of there real quick. Get that. The commit message fix the hacky workaround for context menus. So that we only suppress them in the map widget pane. Now, what else can we tackle until we get some answers on that? We can start thinking about how we're going to make this work for extending the viewport. The goal here is that if you start to like drag out of the view, we want to make the viewport bigger, the view map rather bigger, so that you could put a room, you know, that's a few squares away. That's going to be tricky. How do we know when we're getting up there? And the same for any other axis. We're probably going to add a... Does that not imply you'll have to either extend the map into negative or recompute all room coordinates? Yes, we will have to extend the map into negative. The view map, it's less of a big deal. but it's going to be a little bit of a thing. The map itself is going to have to make some adjustments. And we might do that depending on how complicated it becomes. We might do that in a different PR. This one's already huge to build this whole UI. And I'm not sure if I want to do view map in here either to extend that into negativity, because view coordinates are going to have to adjust as well, right? Or be recomputed. And I don't exactly know how I want to do that in either case. And it might be a case of the same solution, right? If we can cook up some kind of shareable grid thing. Right now, map kind of drives itself. And then we do the view grid on top of that, right? And it's really, really basic. It's just pulled out so that we can reference it elsewhere. So I got to think about how I want to do that. And it probably looks like, if I had to guess, storing some kind of like an offset. And then instead of accessing the grid directly, you have to do it through helper methods, right? Which is fine. But if we can figure out how to get the dynamic, and I'd like it to also shrink back down. Like if you scroll over here, and we'll have to have like a maximum, right? But if you scroll over here and you're like, never mind, and I come back, I would like it to shrink back down in a perfect world. And that's going to be tricky. But let's look and see if we have any interesting concepts and ideas in... I don't think we... I don't think we have anything about scrolling specifically. I think it's just part of other things. Maybe frame? Lost in thought there. It would have been style, I think. But I don't think they've talked about... You'd have to do... either base it on scroll bars. Wind is kicking up out there a little bit. If that continues, I'll have to close some stuff. Nope, I gotta close some stuff now. I will be right back, and we'll probably hit an early ad break while I do. I'll be right back. All right. Up until it becomes dusty, that'll be okay. I hope it doesn't become dusty. Have to close more stuff if it does. But I was thinking we would have to either drive it off of the scroll bars. Is there a scroll event? This doesn't tell us whether or not it has scrolled. So we can't do that really unless we try. We have access to the scrolls. Oh, it's a field. Gives me two sliders. Position, min and max. Okay. So that could be a thing. But is that robust? Thinking about use cases of like scrolling, right? Where like this should fill everything, but if I was to scroll, if this should leave room, theoretically. If I was to scroll at a higher zoom, would it matter? We've also got this annoying tendency for the hotkey to stick. Right now I'm not modifying. It only seems to apply when I hit shift. Or something. Control shift. Modifier is wonk. The other thing would be like trying to do some kind of a if is visible, okay, that's a thing. We would have to that's not terrible, that's an idea. Wonder if that's enough. That doesn't really tell us what direction we need to extend in. We'd have to have like 4 of them, maybe, and make decisions on that. Think about when we add them. So like if we are up here Guess we can figure out what the delta of the scroll event is, maybe? In a position delta is the math, yes. But if I'm here and I scroll upward, we want this to be like a bigger padding anyway. I guess the other thing we could do is kind of abandon this because it's going to be expensive to re-add, right? And make you select a size and just build that for you. We still need the ability to resize things. It'd be a lot easier to make, and I don't know that the UX would be much different. Aside from not having like things popping in and kind of like, you know, a delay when that happened. So that might be just fine. The how do we do that though? Considering the real estate we have, kind of want to put it up here, I think, is my knee-jerk reaction. I guess we could just use the event bus to drive that. This is going to need to change a little bit anyway. I would like to get like a map name here, but that's a future problem, right? And I guess we could do some kind of just like a standard edit menu, maybe? A file, whatever. The more I think about it, the more I like this idea. Hi to you as well. What exists already for the menu? I don't think we just get a toolbar. Okay, that would be okay-ish. Add top bar, right? Okay. And then this would just need to be any type of widgets, toolbars, other buttons, and func buttons are most common. I would still need to do the map recompute, or not recompute, but coordinate changes, right? Which is fine. I'm okay with that. But that would eliminate needing to do it for view grid as well. I do like this. This does sound intriguing. Let's take a look at button. There's like a menu button thing. I'm not totally convinced about putting things in the menu bar just yet, but where are you? Types. These are those guys. Clicked. Pop-up menu. Kind of. Let's see if we can find context menu. I think I just saw pop up. But that's R. Well, that's cool. Can I? No? You're just gonna chill there? Okay. Cool. Context menus for right click, but could I? Probably not. But toolbars and menu. Oh, menus. Menu. Menus actually automatically become menu buttons. Okay, so where is menu? Other than here. Okay, I don't know if I like that plan anyway. What if instead we were to keep up with the keeping the things on screen? Where would we display this? We could do it up here, I suppose. We also have our paint button if we decide that we want to go with that still. That's a future problem too. Because they don't look native, I don't think I want a toolbar up top. If they look native, it would be a different thing. We could do like a size. That would still need to hook into like the message bus or something. I don't really want to bury it in the context menu, especially because we kill that for this in favor of being able to click and drag. I guess if nothing is selected... Up in there, it got stuck briefly, but it's fine now. Okay, I guess if nothing is selected, we could just display map things here. We still need the message bus. But we could do map details. We need to make sure that it's easy to deselect things, which right now is kind of hit or miss. With a shortcut, like probably escape, right? That would make sense to me. We'd also need clear focus in there if we did that, which is probably something we should do anyway. And then we could do... I don't know if map has the concept of a name yet. We're going to want it to, though. Okay, map. Map. Has an ID. Okay. So we need two sort of major pieces, right? Maps need names and to be resizable. When they get resized, they need to be, the coordinates need to be preserved. And I think by default, we probably want to just put the center in the middle, right? Or the origin 0, 0 at the middle. I'm not sure if I want to put that all into here, though. Let's do that. Let's tidy up some of this. We'll get this whole thing merged, and then we'll do the work to map in a different PR. And then we'll probably end up being like two. One to extend map to be resizable. And then another to, and to have a name, and then to update the editor UI. That would be fine. Yeah, let's tidy up these bugs real quick, and we'll start. We need to finish up a couple other little tiny details too. We need to, let's do this. These are all good except for you. I want you to be different. I don't like you anymore the way you are this way. For one, you're round and everybody else is square, but two, you seem like you're kind of have drifted down, and you are part of the form in here, right? It's connection edit widget. That's the delete at bottom bar for the dialogue. This is just for a single. You must be in the frame then. No? Are you in here? Connection table frame. The new connection handler, but add connection button. Oh, you're in set selected tile, right? Because that's the only place you exist, really. Okay, that's fine. You go into form parent. You wrap that up in you. That's fine. We just need to... Let's inspect real quick. Frame 3, frame 1, frame 1. Just got a room form. There's a gap on this, I bet. I think that's form parent though. Because y'all get put into room form. And connection table frame ends up in form parent. So form parent must have a gap set. Create form parent here, gap, yes, okay. If you have none gap, how does that look? How do we feel about... Yeah, that's perfectly okay, I think. I think maybe we just give room form a little bit of room. Let's take that out. It's new room form, which is its own creature, right? So here we can just add that maybe. Let's just say we don't want a ton. It's probably not enough, but don't want a huge. Let's kick you up to like 25. Not a huge gap. I just want to give it a little bit of separation. Yeah, I like that. You... If we were to... inspect... You are only that... Okay, so... Thinking about if I want to leave it there or scoot it over. Oh, we got ads too, I think. About to fire. Tempted to move you over, but... Either way, it needs to scoot over. So let's do this. I like that. Table frame, add connection button. You're in a container. Tell you to grow on the X. And then... Wait, no. We need you to have a styler as well. You are the one that grows. If we were to do that, it's also while we're here. Zero the border radius as well while we're at it. Yeah, I like that so much more. Okay. Except you need a max. Or we can also take a double check at the sort of chain of widgets we have going on here, right? And make sure that still makes sense after the changes we made. So we like that, but we do want... Let's give you a little padding. Oh, then you won't line up. I think we're going to take that right back out. Just take a look, though. We'll give it a shot. Yeah, that's horrendous. Horrendous. Hideous. There's the word. The other thing we'd also do is give you... Well, if we were to delete all of these... Where would you float around at? Yeah, that's correct. Okay. That's pretty good. So, we need to figure out why... Or what, rather, governs the width of this guy real quick. Frame 1. Room form. You are probably governed by connection. Room form probably has... Yeah, it has a max... Max X. Is there a way we can make this all line up better? Not tile, but form. Where did I put you? Room form. You're just set to grow on the eggs. When we put you into the form, we do... Okay, yeah. Let's do... this. Beard hair in my mouth. Love it. Max edit bar child widget width. $750 is what we had. I can't make that a constant because you are a thing. These aren't used. We can take them out while we're here. And then here, equals max edit bar child widget width. And then, does that make sense? I don't think this makes sense. I think this way lies madness. I think what we should do is constrain form container. That seems way more sane. Let's take this out of here. And put you into here. And make sure that this looks correct when we mess with the sizes. Okay. Okay, I don't like that scroll bar there. And I think that's why it is the way it is. But maybe it's fine. Maybe I'm just being picky. And I just need to get over it. and instead worry about what you have for padding is 25 all around. So if we give this guy the same, and then this add button the same, then everything should line up. And then this. Actually, horizontal. Otherwise it'll muck up our spacing on the other things. But might still kind of mess things up. No, I think I like that. Same thing for this, and we'll be looking good, I think. You join the crew. Hey Misha, how's it going? Pretty decent here. Just muddling our way through UI stuff. You know, my favorite. Don't like that you don't seem to apply your padding at the start because you're going off screen is why, though. Just need a little more space, it almost seems. So let's do 20, 60, 20. I guess I could make it a little asymmetrical. Just a little. Just a tiny. It's too much, though. I need like half of that. It's still a little much, but you know. Finally finished. Oops, full screen got me. Finally finished my learning about all the Golang basic stuff, syntax features. Then started following a tutorial on YouTube and still didn't understand anything. That's unfortunate. What was the tutorial on? I guess the other thing I could do is stop having this have a minimum. Let's try that out for funsies. Just see. Would be set up here. Yes. This is what makes you hidden. Okay. which is correct. I don't want it to scroll side to side. You have a maximum amount of min, so should be fine. I wonder if this should be down here, though. To be honest, I didn't even really know what the project was actually about. It was called RSS Aggregator. Okay. Promised to teach me some stuff about HTTP web servers, etc., which was what I was interested in, so I thought I will understand it going along. Gotcha. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you did not understand it going along. Okay. It's so close to being correct. It's just not. Drives me crazy. I think I can live with that. I think it's okay. I could shrink just a little more. Oh, nope. That's why it was up there. Okay, I see. Right, because I know how to fix both of these, I think. Then the guy just went like, oh, we need this package. Well, there's your first mistake. This package, there's your second mistake. Then just take these code snippets and throw them in. Yeah, I mean, the project was a bit advanced. I mean, it sounds like kind of a rough tutorial. You shouldn't need any packages for a Go HTTP web server. You shouldn't even need packages for a Go HTTPS web server. That should all be standard library friendly. If we put both of these in here, does that fix my minor annoyance with the scroll bar as well? It does. Okay, fantastic. That's a little ugly, but just don't do that. I wonder if there is like a fold or something shortcut. We'll worry about that later. That is okay for us. Can we set? I want to do this before. I thought so as well, but he used something called .env or something, which was I did understand. Then chi router and chi cores. I already knew these packages exist, so I thought that's the way to do it and go, I guess. I'm not a believer in that, but I mean, it is a way. Is there a way for me to set my split to not shrink beyond a thing? I don't think so. Okay. Well, let's not get too bogged down. But let's just tweak this a little bit more. So that on the standard resolution, the default is efficient in space use without pushing you out. I think... yeah, you're the one that has the border. I think we're going to call that okay for now. Let's do quick commit. Tidy up the add connection button to look like the others. And line up. And make all edit bar widgets line up. That, we're going to call that good for now for that part. We need to double check a couple things. Make sure that we fix them. I think some of these have been taken care of along the way, but we want to be sure, right? First and foremost, nil destination for a new connection crashes the editor. So, if we come over here, delete our traditional sacrificial lamb, and I click on not a thing, then it's happy. Everything seems to be good. It's still waiting for a thing to be clicked. So that's been fixed. We need to fix this connecting to ourself thing, though. So we fix you. That's been taken care of. Oh, it also says deleting a tile doesn't clear the edit bar connections. Let's make sure that is no longer true as well. If I delete you, edit bar connections are cleared. That would be the only place we'd have that. So I think that's been fixed as well. Taken care of. Connection form wiggles over to the right in some cases when you have expanded and click cancel. Let's see if that's been taken care of. Probably, but you know. Room connection form. Cancel is not really a thing anymore. We have that, but that's still... that still does a heckin' big wiggle. But that is because... why do you grow like that? Let's look at connection form. All right. you're set to grow on the X. You have a border and some padding. The text editor bits and pieces in here. Intermessage. Styler is text editor style, which is to grow on the X, you have a min and a max. On the Y, if we don't tell you to grow, what happens? It's just the big language I have with every big language you have with every language, big issue you have with every language. Really good at memorizing and learning by heart, but really bad at actually using something. Bit frustrating, but I have to work with it, I guess. I mean, that's very true of, I think, most people. It's really hard to... You still wiggle. It's really hard to truly understand a language until you really have worked with it and done something in it that's non-trivial, right? And that experience will be pain always, as far as I'm aware. The kind of like the general advice I would give is to build something you've built before if you're doing a new language, right? Because you're familiar with the problem and the solution that you're trying to achieve. So the language is a learning curve bit. And, you know, if you're trying to learn to write a new thing, do it in a language you're comfortable in, sort of deal. So the same reason, just flip-flopped, right? The other thing you can do is, if you have no other ideas that can get you going. Have we shown you exorcism yet? This has go. It has a learning mode. And you will have little challenges, right? So if you feel like you need a little bit more to get you going, then you can do string formatting, or you can, this is just learning mode. Practice, here we go. And I don't think this is going to do an HTTP server, but you can work with pseudorandom numbers and meteorological data formatting, right? So you can do some stuff here if you feel like you need it. And I'll drop a link in both chats in case anybody else is interested in doing that. But your own projects are always going to be more bang for the buck in learning, I think. It's just, there is going to be some suffering. Okay, so we gave you, or we took away your grow. Actually, I want to triple check. Yeah, you're fine without that. You do your thing. And that is even more well behaved. So that kind of leads me to think that it's not even the form itself that's misbehaving, but something we're doing to it in here when we wrap it up under the button. Connection button. This is the add connection button. We want the connection table frame. No, connection handler. Ads in a second too. This is new connection handler. Connection edit widget is what I want. Expander does all that. I wonder if it's a layout thing. When we do transit container, expander button, this form. Column span is 2. Is that related? Is it a columns thing? Nope. Okay. Would you recommend looking for a tutorial that does not use any outside packages? Yes. I would actually also really prefer to go without, because packages mean abstractions, which for me always mean less understanding. Yeah. But I don't know if there are that many. Yes, I would absolutely agree with that. I don't know of any off the top of my head. It's been a long time since I went looking for such a thing. But I would absolutely agree with that. We do a set state based on that. Set the left margin. I wonder if... Is that related? No? Oh, I forgot to turn it off. And if I do... Okay, so it wiggles a little bit. So I don't think it's directly related to this. Let's do this. On this, we do a transit container update. But let's also update this form just for fun. Yeah, no, it's still... I don't know if this is my problem or my mistake, right? We'll leave that. We can leave this removed Um, grow though. Move. Needed grow. We need to probably do a minimal repro on that. And see if that's a cogent issue, which probably is. So that leaves us with not being able to connect to ourselves, which is a good thing to fix. Let's do that. We need to do that in the on-click stuff. This is room form. I need to be in map widgets. Do you in... No, not even. It would be... Because we moved it. It doesn't go through the event bus anymore. That's right. It would be the on-click for a room? Drag start, drop. But it would still be tied into this. Wouldn't it? Because we have an awaiter. Set selected tile. Click awaiter. We feed it the data. Click awaiter. Is this used anymore? No usages. That was old stuff for the message bus. We don't need you at all. Click a waiter. We set you up. That's all the cancel stuff. On click. Click a waiter is handler. New connection handler. Target direction. Okay. Otherwise, we set that up. We append the connection. And it's because we don't hit save. So here is the correct place to put this. This tile, this room. We don't know at this juncture. We can do this, though. Yeah, we do have this tile. What am I thinking? Where does this tile come from? Right there. Target widget. Oh, because this tile, oh, that's a room tile. Map tile's internal, that's right, okay. But we have a way to get that thought tile, yes. ID is equal to target widget dot tile dot ID. Easy peasy. We message snack bar. There is an event happening next week at my university where companies can connect to students and vice versa. I don't know if you can call it a job fair, but something like that. Cool. I was thinking about going there just to see our job market in Germany, or to see how our job market in Germany is. But now I can already say that there are not that many software companies left. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hey, Pluck, how's it going? It's been a while. I mean, there might be more than you think. I mean, if you're a student and you can do a job fair, I would do a job fair just because it's going to cost you a little bit of time and it could make a connection with a company that's interested, right? I wouldn't be hopeful, but at a uni, you can get a subsidy to start your own company. That'd be cool. That should take care of that little bug. We go pick on our old friend here. Not going to tell to itself. Fantastic. The whole software engineering in Germany is not really alive. Top talent is not pursuing the profession. Is that a job market problem? If we put you in, fantastic. Hopefully the autonomous weapon industry will get some financing. I feel like this needs just a little bit of a bump down too. While we're here, it is a culture problem. Gotcha. Culture in the companies or culture in the talent? To be honest, I'm way too stupid to start a company. I mean, there's a lot of stupid people. 2 years of university and can't even start an HTTP server, so not looking too strong right now. I mean, you're being a little hard on yourself. I think you can get there. Culture problem in the nation. Gotcha. Is there a strong demand for talent? Should I look into work visas? This would live up here, not here, but connection edit widgets under form. US is better to start a business, economy is bigger in size. Yeah. The culture in Germany adopts extremely slowly. The motto is, if it worked back then, it will work now. But that could also mean that the AI hype isn't strong here. I mean, that sounds lovely. You would need margin dot bottom dot set. Let's give you just like 10. Am I not allowed to do that? Can I set you directly that way? I can. Germany is 7 years behind the AI hype. That's good. By the time you get to it, maybe it'll all be reasonable. That's not quite... Maybe I just need to go 25. The traditional 25. We used to have a joke back when Yugoslavia, full screen got me, was this thing. What would you do if the world was going to end tomorrow? Answer, move to Serbia because they're 20 years behind the times. Nice. Full disclosure, they've modernized significantly over the past decade or so, but back in the early 2000s and in the 90s, it was very true. Gotcha. That doesn't look like it really added much, does it? Interest. Oh, you know why? Because all of this stuff... No? Yes. Because each of these is a transit container widget. But that still shouldn't... That shouldn't stop me. Let's go crazy. How about a hundo? Okay. Just wasn't enough. For some reason. We cut that back. That's alright. It's just a little room to breathe. I think I'm okay with that. Okay, so. Let's do a quick commit. Had a PO come up with a genius idea. Generate summaries with LLM. Yeah. Prompt in form of do the summary, return result in following JSON schema. And then I have to parse the JSON and render the content in a certain way. Asked him what I should do if the JSON is not valid. The answer was more or less, you'll figure it out. Modify a prompt maybe. That's how behind Jeopardy he is. I mean, that sounds more or less like what people here are reporting too, though. Yeah, that really sounds just like a lot of the stories you hear are, well, my manager and PO think that it works, but it just makes more work for me. Fix. Or rather, error on trying to connect a tile to itself. Give connection forms a little room below them. Little margin below them. Get that out. Okay. That'll take care of a couple things here. That's done. So what have you been up to, Pluck? Anything interesting? How's your Cogent project going? Had the displeasure of listening to an announcement meeting the other day about the new direction of some part of the organization. It was full of such and such will become vice president of strategic direction of AI leadership, synergy direction leadership. Real-time synergy in the cloud spotted? Germany issue is trying to replicate manual workflows when industrial automation is required. Gotcha. Took me like 30 seconds for eyes to glaze over and go do something else. Nice. Did you guys hear that the guy that was running LinkedIn is also going to be running Office now? Did you have bullshit bingo cards ready? Wouldn't have done me any good. I've hit all the squares in the first 2 minutes. Oh dear. Are you going to leverage technologies for digital transformation? You have to stand up and say bullshit. That is taken care of. Unfortunately, I now need to figure out what I'm going to do for these icons. That'll be the last thing we do for this particular stage, I think. Unless I'm missing something. I believe I heard leadership about 20 times, excellence about 15, and opportunity some 10 times. But what about transformation or paradigm shift? Did we get any of them? What's the name? That's the name. To answer your question, I was a single father for some time. My wife went for a competition, so now picking up the pace with coding. Oh, cool. Well, I hope she did well. Transformation was in there, yes? Okay, that's good. It's good. Gotta have some transformations. Is that not Inkscape? That's what it is. Severe allergic reaction to bullshit? Yes. Vertical pillars and optimization and value. You should, next time they start talking about vertical pillars, you should say, wait a minute, aren't those just silos? I thought those were bad. See if you can get some smoke rolling out of some ears. It was a remote style meeting across the company, multiple regions, so on. So I could just disconnect and do something actually useful. Yeah. There are a number of meetings that I have just pushed the mute button on and minimized over my years. And then gone to do something I actually needed to do and wanted to do. Okay, so I could do a 32 by 32. What are my... What are you guys? Maybe I just need to do that. No, you're 24 by 24. Okay. Maybe that's fine, though. I think these announcements will just be my ending. I'm thinking I'm roughly 7 more. You'll be replaced by AI in the next 2 months away from moving to some remote place and becoming a farmer. Well, let me talk to you about automated tractors. I would not place a great deal of weight in those announcements because they usually come from people with skin in the game, right? The problem with these org-wide or company-wide meetings is that it trains people to tune out of meetings. Then we have some actually necessary discussions in my immediate team, and every single time we need to ask a question of someone who's joined remotely, response is the same. Sorry, I missed that. Can you... Yes. Can you repeat the question? Yeah. I used to get that in-person stuff, too. Like, everybody was checked out because a stand-up is an hour long, right? Like, people just switch off because they're bored and it's pointless. How can a stand-up be an hour long? They did Agile at us really, really hard. Such announcement meetings come from such high levels in the company that people hardly even know what we do and why, but they have to gas on it link to make it seem as if they're earning their bloated paychecks. Yes. Our agriculture scene is also doing terrible. I think everybody's agriculture scene is doing terrible from what I hear. Which is, I mean, I'm sure it's fine. We don't need to eat food or anything, right? It's probably not a big deal. If you want to be a farmer in Germany, someone will have to sponsor you. Yeah. Similar things elsewhere, I hear. Heads up, we get ads in 30 seconds or so. We'll do a quick... It's like a 1.5-minute break, I think. I'm probably going to use the restroom when they fire up. And we're going to figure out this icon situation, I think. I'm just reading some docs over here, reminding myself how to use Inkscape. Because that's kind of one of our outstanding things. AI will generate food for us soon, trust? Sure, that seems about right. Either that or we'll all become batteries, you know, one or the other. Pod people. All right, I'll be right back. Yay! Okay. Did I switch framework? No. No, I'm still in Cogent. I decided to suffer through. I have somebody in my reporting chain who likes to ask a question, follow about 10, 15 minutes of gassing on about everything that's even slightly related. Yeah. Includes several rephrasals of the question. Invariably, it causes people to get that constipated look while they wait for their monologue to finish, and they're desperately trying to remember the original question so they can answer. Yes. I'm okay, to be honest. That could be me. I talk way too much as well. Somehow I always switch words in my sentences. I mean, you can kind of practice that, right? Same thing with like writing, you know, like, or creating anything. Like, the less you do, the better. Often you practice it and you learn to get better. Reminds me of a comedian songwriter from my old country. One of his lyrics, loosely translated, God assembled you wrong, so your ass is where your head should be and everything you say stinks. Yeah. Bosses like this, I usually remember the question, answer it, and ask to repeat the rest again. Nice. Started just interrupting right after the question, answering it. Nice. Inkscape, that's what I was doing. Okay. That seems approachable. Let's get you. This looks different since the last time I used it. Why don't I have a grid? Because it's turned off. There we go. Still looks different, but okay. Straight shooter and top level management material. It's happened, Ash. You've been sentenced to become management. Has anyone seen Office Space movie available on Disney Plus? Long time ago, yes. I have very low tolerance for meaningless fluff and rambling. I also don't like meetings and want to get my hands on actual code. I'm not going in any kind of management. I feel ya. I feel ya. I have done my best to avoid. I don't have the same buttons they do. I just have that. That's annoying. Just figured out there's a list where the company's already announced which students they want to talk to. Actually, IT is the most wanted with the mechanics. Maybe you should get that visa, at least until Germany catches up, right? Isn't enough money to pay me to become top management, leastways in an organization such as this. If I built the company myself on my values, then maybe. Yeah. That's, you know, I've been dealing with a lot of unicorn hunting myself in the conversations I've had with folks. And, you know, all of the postings for like startup jobs are like, well, we want somebody with all this experience who wants to work long hours and you know, own all the problems, whatever. And I'm like, dude, that's not going to be an employee. That's going to be your competitor. Like, you need to slow your roll a little bit. Worry about finding somebody that's willing to work for what you can afford and is going to do a reasonably good job. That's all you need. Maybe this tutorial is old. How do I just set my canvas size? Oh, here we go. Maybe, maybe, no. Can I do a new from template? Icon? No. Am I into editing SVGs? Only when I need to be. Which is usually long enough between that I completely forget how Inkscape works. There was that joke, boss, we have a problem with our webpage. Tisk, there are no problems, only opportunities. Well, then we have a DDoS opportunity on our webpage. Yep. Yeah, the last time I messed with SVGs was when I made my icon, which was like 6 months ago now. So... Is there some kind of document properties? Okay. It's a good icon. Well, thank you. I went through this exact process of misery that you're observing live. I took a reference image and kind of massaged around the points as I clicked around them, getting the shape roughly correct. It's all right. I have like 3 or 4 people on Twitch who somehow thinks it's a good idea to have a black or white or grayscale image as their icon. It makes it basically invisible to see if they're aligned. Gotcha. I didn't even think of that. I just like colors. Image and size. This is 5 years old, but... Here's some actual docs. Document properties, which is where we are. Ah. There it is. Now. Back to where we were. See, you should have used AI to make these images. Then all your problems would have been solved. See? Right? Except for my mongoose would have 2 tails, and my arrows that I'm making right now would be wibbly wobbly. You forgot to add that /s. I mean, I smelled your /s from here. Okay, so draw thing. Meshes? I don't want curves. I don't want paths. What I kind of want is rectangles and squares almost, right? Let's start with the middle X. And I want to think about how they line up with one another, right? And the size when they get shrunk down. Oh, that's not exactly what I was thinking it was going to do. That's fine, though. If I do this, and then I do this, am I allowed to... Yes, good. Massage things here a little. Gotta say, I was waiting for the dentist this morning, and my new phone has this AI image generation feature, so I was playing with it out of sheer boredom. Did an almost half-decent pick of a scene from the story I'm writing, at least approximately good enough so I can eventually give it to a real artist to make me a cover. I have not worked with cover artists. Oh, this is going to be a little bit tricky, because that's going to make me a parallelogram instead. But I would encourage you, based on other artists I have worked with, to pick one that you like the style of and just give them a description and let them go with it, instead of, I want it to look like this but better. Okay, now what if I take you and rotate you? Oh, you're gonna grow. Oh crap, you're gonna be... I figure once I'm closer to done with editing, I'll look for a cover artist. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. One of my professors told us in our last lecture that we should use AI for image generation because he thinks it's really good, thinks it's great because you don't have to pay for images and can just pirate stuff legally. Rough idea with the expectation that they do it their own way, yeah. Is there, if I do shift, does that make you stop scaling? Okay, yeah, just... No, it doesn't. Control? That's better. You're not quite... this is... I'm doing something silly, I'm sure. Gradients, meshes. What if it's a mesh? I have no idea what I'm doing. It's good if you're okay with getting something not quite like what you want, but kind of okay, but uncanny valley, but impossible to make small edits on, right? Which means it sucks for most practical purposes other than making essentially random one-shot picks. Yeah. That is, pencil tool. What people are saying in specifically like game. Oh, that's drawing. It's not a, specifically like game art. Well, that didn't work at all. It's, even though it's point based, it's all wobbly. Like anything that gets generated, they can't really do anything with because there's no way to iterate on it. Well, that didn't work. We need to... Okay, kind of worked. I think it's at least much better to be a software developer during the time of AI than to be an artist designer. I mean, maybe. A lot of the art community is very anti-AI and is rallying around their favorite artists, kind of like as a result. Handles a great intersection. Whereas in the tech world, there's a lot of AI bros. And they just kind of run around saying that we're all cooked. Okay, that would be a thing. It's close. Idiot managers or startup CEOs who think this is the panacea for all their UI and art needs. Yes. So they fire all their artists and designers and then they try to make a cohesive style or interface with AI, which usually fails. Means they'll eventually have to go back to real artists or designers and beg them to fix their mess. Yeah. It's getting there with people thinking they can replace programming with LLMs, and it's turning out garbage. Real developers will be a premium to fix all the mess, I figure. I agree. I'm kind of betting on it. Why can't I... There we go. I just need to make you a tiny bit smaller to fit. More or less inside the box. And then I can copy and paste. And not 180. All right, there you are. Just wouldn't pop up at first. Methinks the biggest AI pushers in the world, CEOs and other out-of-touch tech bros, are hallucinating even harder than the LLM modules with their wet dreams of getting AGI any 5 minutes now. AGI has to be possible. LLM is not it. Yeah, that's exactly my thoughts. Like, I was talking with some people the other day, some friends of mine, and I was like, I'm not against it because I'm against the automation. I'm against it because it doesn't friggin' work. You know? If it worked the way they said it did, I'd be making like 6 products a day and seeing what sticks, right? Can I do... Can I flip my colors? Because we're going to want dark and light mode, I think, right? More money and time we waste on perfecting LLM, less actual research we're putting into something that might actually work. Yeah. Careful there, you've just ripped off the X Twitter logo. You might get sued, right? They need to be filled, but they also need to be white because it's a dark color scheme currently. Like, we'll address the colors later, but for now, if I paint it white... or like a light gray to be not completely white. I guess I could do that. Oh, but that's not... That's not good at all now, is it? That's why I'm still trying to learn programming the normal way, even though there's already some AI influencing me. But looking at the other students, if the AI bubble does explode, there will be a huge amount of programmers out there that don't know anything at all, and I'm not exaggerating. It's really bad. Yes, I've already seen it in some Discords that I'm in, where people come in and like, hey, I'm trying to do this thing for this assignment. I've already asked ChatGPT, I don't understand the code, and it doesn't work, and it gets worse every time. And I'm like... well, stop using the AI. And then maybe things will be better. LLM is useful for some very specialized use cases, and coding is not it. I don't know that they're really useful for anything other than convincing people that they're semi-intelligent just because they sound like a human when they output things, right? I need an English lesson. Do you say the bubble pops when it goes well, or if it goes bad? Bubble popping is when it all collapses, yeah. Burst is more common, yes. Let's try something else here. You found one use case, you're having some success with it? That's to, you were using it for brainstorming, right? If the product becomes payable, I'd find it worth about $10 a month. The problem is that it will cost more than that to run. Yeah, so I'm not sure how anyone would make a profit with these tools. Nobody is, right? Nobody that's done the math is really sure how that's supposed to work. It's called Notebook LM. I might have mentioned it, I think, briefly once when you first started hanging out. So they used... Okay, they used the basic shaves, but they're also not doing... diagonal stuff. Basically has all my text so far in it and can identify scenes, look for correlations, tell me if something's out of character, if there are logic or plot holes. Still fails a lot. And that's right there, the problem. But the outputs it does give me... the outputs it does give me saves me some considerable time rereading and searching. Yeah. Maybe. Like, I haven't used something like that, so I don't have an opinion, really. Alright, this is not... Unless I can do these... I don't know why you're open. Okay, you're a closable tab. Preserve, okay. Preserve ratio, yes. I remember this now. Like I said, I find about $8 to $10 a month useful, but probably not more. Right. This is for grouping. Okay, I don't care about that. There's no way to set this to automatically fill or anything. Alright, you're just gonna go in the trash fissue. And that only if I wrote every single weekday at least and got things published right. My problem with AI is just that it's not that fun. If I have a bug in my code and AI fixes it, there's a small hit of dopamine because it works. But if I have a bug and I find it myself, the hit of dopamine is so much better. Yeah. But also the first hit is easier to achieve, so it bounces out in the end. I mean... But also training your brain to do that problem solving is super valuable, right? I don't think I can... I got 90 degrees here. I guess I could do that. It's not 90 though. I could do this a little bit more finesse-like. Width and height and rotation X. If I used numbers, oh, that's radius X. Whoops. Don't seem height of selection. I can do that, but I don't want 90. In either case, following on our previous topic, I really need to go transform my horizontal integration synergy to create a good sleep-wake balance value proposition and sharpen my excellence of focus for the exciting challenges of tomorrow. May you dream of clouds or something. Have a good night, man. I can flip you. What a nightmare. I'm going to have to... Yeah, close without saving. This is crap. I'm going to have to sit down and spend, like, real time on icons. Glad I gave you a check on the way out, right? I need to, like, fall down a YouTube rabbit hole again on Inkscape. That's how I've always learned it in the past. What little bits of it I know. So I'm going to have to do that again. But... we're at the 4-hour mark anyway, so I'm going to go and do that and make some friggin' icons, and then we'll hopefully move on to something else tomorrow. So, if you like this kind of thing, I do this 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. If you show up wherever it is in the world that you are right now, but 4 hours ago, I should be here doing the thing. And I'd love to see you again. Thanks for everybody who came and hung out and all the great chats. And I'd love to see you again. And if not, have a great week.